Well,
the Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Action.
yeah, it looks like it's working now. Yeah. Yo, are we at the desktop yet? Are we back? Yes. Okay. I don't think there's many people out there yet. 5. Okay. So, I finally got my glasses. It cost me an arm and a leg though. 400 New Zealand dollars plus, close to the 500. So that's 250 US dollars. I have to try and get used to them though. It does magnify it, that's for sure. Makes it a bit easier to read. It's got some anti-glare stuff on it too, so hopefully the eyes don't get as sore. So there's a wee bit of niggles. We're a wee bit early, probably to normal, because daylight savings has kicked in. That means we're forward an hour until you adjust your time zones, I guess. Some do it in October, I think. We always do it in end of September and July, is it? Yes. So just post my web link. Won't be as good as last week's show. I thought that was one of my better shows, along with the older chat show, 190 it's called. Wasn't called UFO Chat, it was called Live Chat. Live Chat 190 was one of the better ones, and UFO Chat 35. Who we got on here? PN. Yeah, lurker. A lurker that admits it. Okay, thanks for joining and saying hi. It's always good when people join in on the side, and not that I can keep up with it all sometimes. And let me just pin that. We better kick it off. Generally it takes a wee while for people to show up sometimes. They probably don't realise I'm early. I hate daylight savings, but I don't know about you guys. It really messes things up. Okay, that's looking good. The BugaSphere. Bugs us a lot to that sphere. Keeps coming back. Jamie Mazan and Dr. Greer are pushing the fake ball. Yeah, what was I meant to do? Oh, right, yeah, pilled. It's going a bit fast at the moment, which is a bit surprise. There was a major hack happened a couple of days ago on Cisco routers. There's a way slowdown worldwide as hackers were exploiting it and mucking around with it. I think it even they tried to hack my routers, although they weren't Cisco, and I had to reboot them the next day. I think they get little bugs in every router, and if they get under attack, they sort of get stuck, and then you have to reboot it to clear the cache and all that sort of stuff. But I think it's working alright. Hey, we've got Shelly, is it? So how's it going? Shelly and Anne. So it was you looking before, was it? Is that another account of yours? Hey mod. You mod? Music feature starts in a few minutes. Alright. This looks interesting. I'll be here there and then. Not as good as last week's, I don't think. It's really hard to get some really credible footage, and I think we covered quite a lot of it last time. Most of it's covering the noise today. Drones and whatnot. Where's Michael King again? Yeah, I don't know. Should be easier for UK to join us now because it started an hour earlier for now. I feel like I've forgotten something though. What have I forgotten? Let me just check. Oh, right, pilled. Forgot to pin that thing. I think that's the right one. Let me just check. I still have to zoom in occasionally. Looks like it's clipped the message though. I don't know, it doesn't look like the right size. No, it's not. It's clipped it, I think.
Let's party!
Ooh, that didn't sound good. That normally means the battery's fully charged on the laptop. Maybe I stuffed it up. Hang on, let me just check. I don't know, it looks like it's right there. WordPress. Phil just chopped it off, hasn't it? Let's see. Has it chopped it off? See, that's the problem. Phil chops it off. Damn. So I put in pin it then. Why don't people keep the comment sizes constant across domains? It's really stupid. Makes it complicated. Let's see. Maybe we can just post the link separately. Copy link. Does that work? What's up there? That'll have to do for now. Okay. I have to restore my message just so it fits peeled now. What's going on there? I'm not doing anything there. That's strange. Remote control. Someone's probably hacked me. All the outages that we had. Yeah. Let's just have a look at that again. Yeah, I might just have to get that, change the word and maybe try that in future. Anyway, looks like it's all working. Let's begin. So Stephen Greer posted about this thing here on the BugaSphere. What's happened? Let's see, can we make that bigger? I'd have to zoom in on it. It's the only way to read it, I suppose. About the age of the sphere being that 12,000 to 13,000 years old bracket. From radioactive, what is it, carbon 14? But it turns out to be a forgery. Cut and paste job, basically. So it's technology, not technology. So it's full of errors, which you wouldn't get on a scientific report. And what's that one say? For ramifier. What's it trying to say there? Analysis for the don't know what they're trying to say there. CH, so that must be carbon. Carbon age. Anyway, it's a fake document. Not surprised coming from Jamie Mazan and what's his name? Greer. What does Mick West say about it? This would be a bit more convincing if they could spell technology and they didn't just cut and paste over a result letter for analysis of there you go, foramifier shells. What is a foramifier shell? Should say BugaSphere, shouldn't it? What does that mean? Right. So that's what this type of she shell. And of course we'd expect them to be thousands of years old, wouldn't we? Kettle. I haven't seen one of those like that. Yeah, you never know what people make teapots out of. Yeah, so, you know, we've looked into spheres or BugaSpheres being found on the ground. Was it the Betts ball, was it? Which turned out to be what they call ball float valve that they use in mining inside pipes and gas pipes mostly, because they can use a magnet inside them because they're hollow. That's why they float as well. And they can use it to detect the level of what do you call it, buoyancy through fluid or gas, where it goes up another pipe and the magnet inside triggers a reed switch at the very top of the pipe, without causing a spark, because you don't want any sort of like contacts inside the pipe that can cause a spark, and ba-boom. So we've covered this in the past before, and all someone's done is they just got hold of it and started carving onto it here various crop circle designs and things like that. Looks like it's been hand done because you can see the lines are not even on it. They could even do that in 3D printer, as you know. It looks like it's got a hole there, is it? Which is off center, which is kind of strange. I think they're trying to disguise things on it, you know, scratches and things. Trying to hide something on there. It looks very handmade, doesn't it? Aliens wouldn't do that. It would be precise, you know, they'd use 3D printing, etching, and you can see it's been done by hand. So yeah, makes you wonder if they actually did take any scrapings of this, whereabouts, you know. This looks like aluminium. I don't know what kind of ink they would have used, but it looks like just normal blank paint, doesn't it? And painted on. So yeah. So I said it's a total fake 3D printed or float ball valve with magnets inside. The document saying age is also false. Anyone that listens to Fraud Greer deserves all they get. So this is one of these valves that I'm talking about. They've got a square one here, but generally spheres, balls. Unless the fluid comes in here, gets to the top. It's got like a magnetic pole on it there, and a magnet inside the sphere or inside this thing here, and that causes a switch on the outside to trigger without causing a spark. Here's one that's actually got a flexible tube. Looks smaller than the other one though, but they can get quite big. So yeah. What do you call it? Ball float valve. Images. So you normally have them on toilets as well, you know, where it raises up with a tank inside that direction. But generally they're plastic or rubber. But these ones look like they're for toilet as well, and they can be aluminium and brass or copper. But they're lever ones for water, not gas or acid. So you have to make them out of metal. So you probably have to narrow it down. For gas. Let's see what comes up with the gas. I'll put gas in. It comes up with these ones. Still got the lever ones there though. There's one inside. Slightly different. Instead of using magnets, that one's actually got a lever. But yeah. And then you got the ball valve, which is a sphere as well, but it has a hole each side. As you rotate it around, the hole lines up and lets fluid or gas through. So that's another thing you can do, and then seal up the ends, right? And these pipes can be massive, right? So oh, what's going on? Push the wrong button again. So easy to do. Okay. Mining. Just try mining. Oh, here we go. So these pipes can be really, really big. And they can be custom made as well. There you go, like big pipes. That one's got a funny shaped valve there. There's one of those again. Yeah, it's probably got a special name for them though. That's probably why I can't find it. I probably don't call them float valves. I'd probably call them something else. Instead of ball float, maybe try. Yeah, maybe. How's the audio anyway? I've got cable wrapped around the microphone here. To me, it looked like the audio was quite low today, and I'm not sure why. Testing 1, 2, 3. Mic's working, but looks like it was a bit low. Countryman, Michael King here. Okay. Audio is fine. Yeah, but you tune yours up though, don't you? It should be fairly loud normally, constantly for my ones. Yeah, so just trying to find these valves. As you can see, it's quite hard because there's all sorts of ways it can be used. Sphere. Yeah. There's that one again. float valve. Generally so when they scanned it, remember the BugaSphere, it has something inside. Generally inside is like brackets holding a magnet, a rare earth magnet or something like that. So as the ball floats up, the magnetic field gradually goes up to the other magnets on the reed switch and flips it. And as the fluid level goes down, it breaks the magnetic attachment because the ball's heavier, because it's got a counterweight in it. And that's why they say it spins and all that, and it has a magnetic field because it's got a magnet in it. Mining, let's try pipe. Yeah, I don't know what they call them in the mine thing. I'm not sure if they call them float valves. And they look like big things. Pipe floater. Well, they're massive. It's to float across water by the looks of it. Don't need to be zoomed in, do I? Now I've got glasses. I should be able to zoom out a little bit. Anyway, maybe aluminium. It's probably spelled wrong. Ball. What's that one there? It's 8-inch. How big was the BugaSphere? Was it? That would have been 8-inch, wouldn't it? Let's see. How much is 8-inch? Oh no, that's pretty small, isn't it? It'd have to be like 14 inches. Has it got a thing going around it? Let's have a look. Yeah, it looks like it's got something going around the outside. And it's got various circular holes there that gets access to the magnet inside. Still don't give us much of a choice and selection there. Ball mining, let's just try that. Let's see, magnetic. Gets rid of the bar one, hopefully. Oh, there we go. Nah, it's very hard to find what we're after. Oh, what's that? Naval mine. Don't think it's that. No, it didn't give us much restriction there at all, did it? Anyway, used to be able to find a few of them in the past, but for some reason they've dropped off. Maybe they don't sell as many anymore. But yeah, it's something like this here, and that inside, and that normally connects going up here. I wonder why it's on a cord though. Why would it be a cord and not a straight bit? I don't know. Anyway, let's just move on. So the BugaSphere is fake. As you know, the video we looked at in the past, also the video was faked. It was dangling on fishing line. On one of the videos at least. Other ones could have been CGI, of course. There's quite a few different angles of it. Yeah, but yeah, they thought they'd get away with this. I suppose that's the problem if they don't speak English as their first language. Because, where was it? Mexico. So they speak Spanish, don't they? So yeah, let's just keep working through it here. What have we got here? Teleportation could soon be reality. I don't think so. According to scientists who solved this decades-old quantum puzzle. Okay, Japanese scientists though. Japanese scientist solves decades-old quantum puzzle, paving the way for teleportation and advanced computers. Yeah, I think it's probably for quantum computers, if anything. So, scientists... there's a bit of reading there, isn't it? Have identified a novel method of understanding the long exclusive state of quantum entanglement, solving a decades-old challenge, opening new avenues to modern day advances, blah blah blah. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement was first described in 1935 by Albert Einstein and a few others. EPR paradox. The trio argued against what Einstein famously called spooky action at a distance. There's a lot of pattern on this article, I think. Okay, let's just get to the guts of it. That's right, teleportation. But not in the science fiction sense. No, of course not. Because when you talk about entanglement, they're just mucking around with photons of light, aren't they? So basically what they do is they put it through a laser beam, put it through a splitter pretty much, and it duplicates the photon through one filter and then through another filter, polarization, right? And they get a what they call quantum pair from the same particle. It's not really how we think of spooky action at a distance, where people somehow know if someone's going to call them. They say, oh, that'll probably be so and so, that they haven't heard for 20 years or whatever, you know. So we're more talking like the paranormal sense of it. So here they're talking about more the practical sense using photons. So yeah, so how's that going to work with teleportation? Because you're only dealing with photons, right? What else could they duplicate? I suppose they could duplicate electrons. But could you make an atom through those particles only? No. So how could you teleport it? We got to always question what's being said here. Famous teleporter on board Starship Enterprise, blah blah blah. Quantum teleportation refers to a transfer of quantum information between particles, usually photons, there you go, by exploiting quantum entanglement. Traditional methods of quantum mechanics makes verifying the state of multiple photons increasingly complicated, making such experiments difficult. Researchers have been able to explore certain entanglement states, such as gigahertz states. I think we now need to look at the terahertz, don't we? Not the gigahertz. They're talking about activation of metamaterials on planes at terahertz frequencies, not gigahertz. But until now, there was no practical way to identify or measure the W state, another crucial type of multi-photon entanglement. So I would have thought this is more for transmitting data using light particles, right? Because they talked about getting away from electrons inside chips and silicon chips to using light, which doesn't generate heat, like fiber optics, because you're not vibrating atoms, right? The barrier has now been overcome. Scientists at Kyoto University, Hiroshima University focused on the W state, cyclic shift, symmetry and development. I think a picture would be a lot better than lots of words like this. More than 25 years after the initial proposed blah 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 W state. So it doesn't really explain it very well, does it? New method enables the identification of W state and the one-shot measurement. So it's just gobbly goop. It doesn't really explain it very well at all, does it? W state of, could at least added some pictures. Entanglement. AI didn't kick in. It talks about cubics, so we're talking about quantum computers here. By means of multi-party entanglement measurements, W states have non-zero entanglement across any bipartition. Images, let's have a look. Okay, where's the W? Where's the W there? Yeah, that really makes it clear as mud, doesn't it? W state, W state. Even the diagrams are not really well explained. 2 cubic system. This is way above most people's heads. So no wonder debriefed and get into it. How can you turn that into laypersons? Well, there's W there. Oh no. W there, entanglement states, separation states. Even that's complicated as hell, isn't it? Source 2, source 1. Alice and Bob. Eve. I think they're having trouble explaining it with diagrams even. Here we go. So what are we looking at here? Photon source. Then it splits it. What's that mean? Detectors? What's that one? Create quantum entanglement. Qubit. What we got here? Springer link. I can't see many people understanding that. Even went to university and they were looking at this. Unless you've got a really good teacher, and you're going to be banging your head on the table, aren't you? Could you imagine a Californian girl on the beach, doesn't even know where New Zealanders or Australia is? Could you imagine asking them, can you explain entanglement? Yeah, it looks like where he got his picture from. W states. What's that one? Entanglement, spooky action at distance. What's that say there? Left half of quantum state, right half of quantum state. Holographic duality, is it? Wormhole, right, left. Entanglement, what's that got to do with it? A wormhole. I'd say that probably be where they're trying to say teleportation is, right? So this idea of avatars, right? That the aliens send out like robots into space for millions of years or whatever, and when they come across a world, somehow they can use this quantum entanglement for faster than light speed communication, right? So if you could basically set up a connection between Earth and their planet, then you can communicate through the entanglement. But also, technically, you could control an avatar. So you could be like hopping into the robot's brain, which could be an alien grey, could be a bio robot, and you control it remotely. So that's one idea. I guess. But would that be teleportation? Not really. You might better recall that story I was talking about in England, where he set up the BBC Micro, and they thought it was some sort of haunting, and they ended up talking to someone that was meant to be in the past, and also in the future. And this is where this idea comes into it. That is a particular period, maybe for a few months in the year, where something aligned to be able to communicate from a different timeline, which is again a bit nonsense. I reckon the more likely is to be like a portal connection between a universe here and a universe here. And because we're always moving through space at very fast speeds, 500,000 miles per hour on a spiral arm, if you've got multiple universes also with a duplicate Earth spinning also at different speeds, there'll be certain points where alignment happens and the portal opens up. Of course, it might happen every day. It's at a rolling time sort of thing. So yeah, this is why I'm trying to understand all the stuff. I could explain multiverses and where the aliens come from and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, it's complicated, isn't it? Anyway, moving on. Where did we get to? That one. Next one. Okay, so the solar eclipse did happen. and I couldn't see it because it was below horizon pretty much. We're on the edge of the horizon, which all the houses' roofs get in the way. And I don't think the sun was only above next neighbour's roof at 9 o'clock in the morning. By then, the eclipse had finished, and it was like a full bright thing on the camera. But someone here obviously was higher up in the mountains, or hills, or whatever, and had a telescope and a filter, obviously, and recorded it. And there you go. Is that the moon in between the sun and us? I think it is. And you can see the atmosphere, the clouds passing over. So it wasn't a fully clear sky. Not in Christchurch anyway. That's pretty cool though. So Auckland, it was too overcast by the sounds of it. Daylight savings, yeah. Ugh. Anyway, that was the best one I saw posted about. What's this one? Alright. So this one here is a video. I'll have a look at it first. I'll get it right. So I guess we're looking at that. It's like a water droplet, isn't it? Right. That sort of effect you get is water droplet on the camera lens. And it could easily be a plane in the distance, right? I didn't notice the water droplet effect before. But there you go, there's the water droplet effect. Someone hoaxing, isn't it? Said, see that daily it's called a jet in a cloud bank. Yeah. So they don't believe anything I say, these people. Yeah, I would love to know how the plane was seen so far apart in other parts of the countries, even Ireland. Well, as you know, planes can travel quite fast. And we've seen them go from Ireland to Wales in a matter of an hour, isn't it? Or something or less. Let's see. Of course, planes are everywhere, so... Dublin, is it? Dublin to Wales, which is just across the waterway, right? 1 hour, there you go, exactly 1 hour. Okay, let's say London even. That's on the other side of UK. Jam. Yeah, I only added another 25 minutes on by the looks of it. Which is kind of interesting. So it's not as wide as you think it is. How about Scotland? Or Liverpool? That's further north. And they reckon this is only 1 hour as well. Because it's just up the coast from Wales, so that'd be right. Scotland, that's got to be way up there. Okay, Edinburgh. 1 hour and 5 minutes. There you go. Inverness. So yeah, it doesn't take long for lights in the sky to get around, right? So yeah, what's this guy arguing with me? Stupid, really. Strange sky anomaly. Yeah. That's a damn water droplet on the lens. Greater Manchester. So as you know, to the other side of UK, it's within the hour. A flash in the sky happened. I missed filming the first 5 minutes as of which it vanished and reappeared. And that will be like a cloud bank, even though we can't see the cloud bank. And if he's filming it with a smartphone, why has he got water on the lens? Is a good question. To try and disguise it, right? So obviously you're hoaxing. Post all the site and data and times. Let's figure it out. And he didn't reply. So yeah, he's talking about it's seen everywhere else, but where's all the videos? Turned on a Google Pixel Go and doesn't do the site injustice. Yeah, so that's the water droplet in the lens. What was the reply? Also, that shape was obvious. A water droplet camera lens. So, kind of suspect. Hiding a jet with landing lights or whatever. Fog. Landing lights. Again, there's no. This one could have been solved with flight radar. Replies up there. Okay. So we got a date and time there. But I don't have access to greater than 7 days. So what's the date now? Oh, it's past that. So it was greater than 7 days. As we could plug it into the programs. And it gives you 7 days free. And we probably could figure out the location he was at. Go to Manchester and work out the time zone, of course. So where is that exactly? Let's have a look. So you can see there's not much distance from there to there. And then it only takes 25 minutes to go from there to there, which is further distance. So I'm not too sure why it's less time, because that looks bigger than there, but I guess maybe there's less air currents between, because it's not over water. So we're looking for Greater Manchester. Okay. And you can see it's next to the sea there. And straight across, look. It's going to be a plane. If that was a UFO, you'd expect it to fly around crazy. You know, you wouldn't even see it probably. It'd be hypersonic speeds. It's just amazing that people don't investigate things properly. I bet if we now look at flight radar. What's that one there, I think, is it? Plane finder, oh that's the other one. Anyway, we could use that one. Let's have a look. There's so many planes that's so slow. So many planes in the sky. And it's just amazing when you see that. You'd expect to be a lot more accidents, but just there isn't. That's a lot of maintenance headache there. That's just crazy, it's so slow. So where's UK on this map? Where's that going to? There. See, I don't really like plane fighters. Compared to the other one. But it is cheaper. Flight radar. What's all this bullshit coming up? Yeah, so at least we can see the map, and it's got shows us in the dark up there at the moment. So there's UK there. If it'll let us scroll on this slow computer. It's at night time at the moment. So just have to find Dublin and go straight across, right? And there's probably a flight path. Dublin to Manchester. There's probably a flight path that goes right across. Now let's see, click on that one. So it comes from Leeds. So there's the airport there. Airport there. Where's these ones coming from? So yeah, you can run this on your phone and see it real time when you're out and about, as long as you got data enabled, of course. Which in New Zealand is hellishly expensive. They charge you $1 per megabyte in New Zealand, or you have to pay a minimum of $50 a month to get like 3 gigabytes, which you lose as it rolls over. It doesn't roll over, I mean. But anyway, you can see how slow the computer's going. So we need to get rid of it. I think it's because I turned off graphics. Maybe, I'm not sure. There might have been a problem with the graphics acceleration. Okay, we've got some speed back. So yeah, that's just garbage, that one. And of course, you don't always see the red blinking light, because off most of the time the white light on it blinds the camera, pretty much overexposes it, and hides the red light, especially if it's in a cloud bank. Yeah, I was going to read out this thing about Skinwalker Ranch and that letter, but we'll leave that to later. So I've done looking into more tech for paranormal and UFO hunting, and I sent this to Brandon. So that new show, Haunted Discoveries, probably the most scientific paranormal investigator team I've come across. In fact, one of the episodes, they went to a house that had alien visitations, and they were using the same equipment that I'm going to talk about now to communicate with a alien grey. So it seemed they're asking if it was an alien, and it triggered all the gear. They're special data loggers, it's called. So I'll just bring up what I'm talking about. I'll come back to that one. Okay, so these data loggers are really good, and they look really robust, right? They look like you drop it, you know. They've got all this pattern around the outside, and they're very well shielded, and they have various lights with different colors that blink when there's a temperature change, where there's a pressure change, or humidity change, which is kind of handy. So it's measuring, got all these different sensors on it, and it's got indicators also for Malagauss magnetic, or is it electromagnetic field, and vibration even. So you can put it on stairs or whatever, and if there's something cloaked or whatever walking upstairs, this would be sensitive, and it would be trigger like every footstep sort of thing. So yes, and it records it all into memory, and then you can download it and graph it. So if all these sort of things, like the temperature suddenly drops and the atmospheric pressure drops, you know there's something going on. And instead of having lots of meters, you've got it all in one. So I really would like this one expanded, right? So it includes even more sensors. So they call it EDI plus. Little plus symbol there. But they can't get this model anymore. Although some say it's back in stock here. I don't know if it really is or not. Other places say it's no longer produced, been replaced with another one which doesn't look like it's like a brick. Doesn't look as well shielded. It looks like a plastically handheld one that you could easily drop and break. But you really want a Geiger counter added to it, don't you? So you can measure gamma radiation and beta radiation, and have like a device that you can carry around that can measure everything in one spot. That's exactly what you need for UFO hunting as well as ghost hunting. So I sent it on to Brandon saying, do you use these, or you should get some. Now they're quite expensive though. Don't know if it has a price here. EDF graphs. Let's have a look. Does it come up? No. Buy now. Let's have a look. 176 US dollars. And it's out of stock. Now in stock, but when you go and order it, it's out of stock. So I don't think you can get this particular model anymore. So it comes with grey as well as yellow. But I like like the layout of this, but I don't like the new ones. Let's see, what's it got here? That looks like they removed it. So I wonder what's been replaced with on this site. Doesn't list the alternative at all. But yeah, you can just search for data loggers. Data logger EDI. And you'll see it's on lots of places. And it's sold out. Let's see, try Amazon UK. Does it say sold out? Unavailable. There you go. Temperature, vibration, pressure, humidity. Mills Advanced meter data logger. But I haven't seen Ghost Adventures using this kind of technology. I haven't seen Ghost Hunters Taps using it. And I haven't seen Skinwalker Ranch using it. So, Spirit's Shack. Manufacturer. Sounds like that they designed it for ghost hunting, right? And what have I got here? I wonder why they don't make it anymore. That's a logger. And it comes up here again. Spirit Shack. So these are the people that must make it. UK. Whoa, that's expensive. That's like 700 New Zealand dollars. That's a month's sort of salary sort of thing. So I won't be getting one anytime soon. And again, it says out of stock. Where's the new ones? Let's see if I can find a new one. It's funny, this is the first time I've seen these ones, you know. And yet they say it's used for ghost hunting. Obviously, they didn't sell too many of them. So they stopped making them. Let's have a look. Images. And you can get a black one as well. Okay, that might be the new ones. Let's have a look at that one. Tokyo measuring instruments. So what does it do? And what's it cost? So I've got various ones. Portable data logger, data logger. And they're massive. You want portable one. Portable. Let's have a look. That's not exactly portable. Where's the handheld one that we're looking at? Where's the handheld? That one doesn't look like it's designed for ghost hunting. Looks like it's got data logging for water pressure, gas pressure, current or electricity. So that one's probably not the ghost hunting. So you probably have to put the word ghost hunting in, probably. Paranormal maybe. So what's the replacement one? Come on, where is it? Is that it? Ghost hunting equipment. Looks crap compared to the other one. No. What's that one say? EMF. So there's the black version, there's the orange one. Let's click on that one again. Now, when I was first researching it, came up quite quick. So this one's not available, but you can get this one, and now I'm trying to look for it. I can't find it again. That one's got a graph. Great. Yeah. So it looks to me they'd link into the sales page, was it? Let's see, can we zoom in? So I suppose one will be pressure, one will be temperature. That looks like it could be EMF. I would love to have one of those though. But it's going to be hard to get hold of one now. And that wasn't it. Okay. Let's go on to UK though. Let's try EDI plus. Don't know what's going to UK. We don't want it going to UK. Seems to be everywhere, but they don't have it anymore. Great. Ah, is that the new one? New design. Looks like it's got a input there or something. Or was it a speaker? Let's have a look. Made it less blocky. No, that looks like a block. That looks like £300. So that's like $300 as well, isn't it? Paranormal multimeter, they're calling it here. No, that was not what we're after. So that could be the new one. It kind of looks like a Batman type thing. That could be it. That could be the new one. Let's have a look. Doesn't look as product discontinued. Okay. Has been discontinued, so that one looks like a new design completely. Has been discontinued. So that's not even the new one. I suppose you have to find a second-hand one. It's ridiculous. And that's the really old one that hasn't got a plus sign on it. Yeah, I wonder where you get it from. Plus, it's not called EDI anymore. Let's try data logger. What's that one? Omnipad version 2. What is it? What's that? What's this one? That's where we were before, wasn't it? No. That one says it's available. Whoa! On sale at $400. Yeah, so is that the new one? It looks pretty crappy compared to the other one, doesn't it? It's got no lights, and it looks like it wouldn't stand up very well. Speaker at the bottom looks really cheap and nasty compared to the other one, and it's hellishly expensive. Looks gimmicky, that one. It doesn't. That's terrible. So yeah, I don't know. Suppose you have to contact the shop. So you want this one. Say if that's it, that's garbage. Anyway, see what you can find out there on that, on a decent data logger that has the same features as that one. Maybe you have to make your own. Pain in the ass though, wouldn't it? Trying to make your own. It's the sort of thing you had to do at university though. I did the electronics course, but I was pretty bad at it. You had to build circuit boards and design a multimeter as part of your first year, right? Which is they could only measure voltage and resistance and that sort of stuff. And you had to pay a certain amount of money, and some of it was free. But yeah, they don't teach you at university though. That's the problem. They sort of just hand you this pamphlet and say go to it. And of course it's probably all changed now. How you etch the boards. I can't remember what we did. I think we put a stencil where we wanted the copper on the board. There was like a layer of copper on fiberglass board, and you covered where acid wouldn't be able to corrode the copper away or dissolve the copper. It was some sort of solution. You put it in there and it would dissolve all the copper that wasn't covered, and that's how you used to make them. Now I think it'd be a lot different, a lot easier. Anyway, the data logger is cool, but you can't get it. So yeah, we're talking about this thing here. This is a special camera, infrared camera, that NASA designed and uses to see very, very dim stars. That's called a electron multiplying camera, and it's CCD, so it doesn't suffer CMOS roll and shutter. And I'll just bring up this here. That's an image from it. Let me just go here. I'll catch up in the side comments in a minute. And it catches stuff that other cameras don't capture, and it caught this on the camera. And if we step it, you can see when it first happens it's very bright, and it starts fading in a certain way. It doesn't sort of fade all away completely. Sort of, it's kind of strange. So there's a story in this location. This is actually underground in a concrete tunnel at Waverly Hills Sanatorium. You may have heard about that. And there's people seeing what's like a blue orb that approaches them. And looks like, even though it's a streak here, this might have been what they were seeing. There's actually a fast moving orb And yeah, it takes a few seconds to fade away, which is kind of strange. Maybe that's how the camera works, I guess. Puts a charge on the sensor electrons, and it takes a wee while for it to fade away. So yeah, makes you wonder why they're not using that on Skinwalker Ranch. That's why I sent it to Brandon. Well, the main factor for these cameras is they start at about $1,500 US dollars. So the average Joe is not going to buy one straight off the shelf. They can go up all the way up to $30,000. These special cameras. And this is the what do you call it? Haunted Discovery people talking about it. It's a very sensitive scientific piece of equipment that is typically used by the digital imaging scientific community to record photon events. The theory is if ghosts and entities manifesting and they are in our world, it is happening through photon events. We've adapted that to our research and had some really successful results with it. And one of those images you just saw. It's such an amazing piece of equipment, and thanks to Brandon reaching out to the field and getting it for the show. It takes investigations to another level. So I know the Ghost Hunters did do it on one particular episode, and then we never saw it again. And they actually did catch a apparition on it. Not just a streak, but it looked like an outline of something like a person moving. I'm not sure if you remember that when they sort of come back again. Remember they decided to quit with Discovery Channel, and then they come back a few years later. They had this new camera with them to test out in this new location, and they got results straight away. What's this guy saying? We had the electron multiplying camera in the boarding house in Arizona, and then right beside it was a 4K resolution standard digital camera, and this phenomenon was going on at the same time as the cameras were there. What showed up on the electron multiplying camera was basically the generation of light. Light was being generated from somewhere. It was an energy source, but it wasn't being picked up by the digital camera. If you put that footage side by side, what you had from the 4K, one camera shows something, one doesn't. So it's truly remarkable. So I'm not sure. So they're talking about the EDI here, which we just looked at. Data loggers are special devices that we use to document and record all environment conditions. So it makes me wonder why Skinwalker Ranch is not doing that everywhere they go. So that could also explain. You could use it outside. You could also see if there's a pressure change right above them in the so-called dome. Humidity, vibration. Ideally, the best design to be inside when you're doing investigation inside, though. But it makes sense, you know. A device that logs all the sensors in synchronicity makes perfect sense. Well, that's the sort of thing Skinwalker Ranch should be. They should be looking at all these factors, right? and it should be portable. They might have it on a post, so they might have a wind speed and temperature sensors and that on particular posts throughout the ranch. But it's not the same as carrying a device around with you when you bump into paranormal activity or maybe a UFO floating above, right? And then they're talking about trifield meter. Which looks like a different model. They're using a non-digital one. And they're not cheap either. They're about 400. And 4K infrared camera. So when he was talking about was he talking about infrared before? I think he must have been, so this camera picked up a light source that the other camera couldn't see. So yeah, it's outside our price range. Crap. So it's called an EMCCD camera, sometimes known as an on-chip modification. Not a TIFF sensor technology. I actually bit my tongue in the night. My tongue is very sore to talk today. First introduced to the digital scientific image community by Andor Technology, and that's nothing to do with Star Wars, in 2001. So they've been around for a fair time. With the launch of the high-end Exxon EMCCD camera platform of ultra-sensitive camera. I guess that's the one they're using on the show. That particular brand range. Let's see. Readout registry, modification registry. So this is probably complicated. Because it's CCD, it reads all the things in parallel. And CMOS is all serial, right? And that's why it scans it in chunks. Well, this just reads it all at once. So if you've got a fast moving object, you don't get the same sort of camera artifacts as you do with the CMOS ones. Although they're getting better. Faster and better firmware. Use frame transfer CCD structure, which means it takes all the bits from the photocells all at the same time. And then it amplifies it. So it's like a night vision goggles pretty much, but way better. Night vision goggles work by using a phosphorus screen, and it gets the light and then amplifies it into electron beam, and then it fires it at the phosphorus screen, so you can see a very faint light being amplified that way. Well, this one is similar, but it doesn't use phosphorus screen. It's actually like a full sensor, and you get the full spectrum as well, probably. Well, on the green screen you only get green screen. There's the color spectrum there by the looks of it. EM clock. What have we got here? So this is all the technical gooby. Photon counting. Level of sensitivity that remains out of reach of the new generation of back illuminated CMOS cameras, and therefore effective solution for application in both life and physical sciences. For example, as ultra-sensitive detectors in single molecule biophysics experiments and entanglement photon studies. So that's the unit. I guess you just simply put it on a tripod and feed it power. And they don't give you a price because it's too scary. I say is submit a quote. Submit for a quote. So yeah, let's see. Of course, the price won't come down until more people buy it, like Ghost Hunters, right? The regular average consumer. What is the price of EMCCD cameras? It's probably not going to tell us. Looks like did I mistype it? No. That was the correct spelling, wasn't it? It's none of those cameras. There you go. One that's been owned is selling for $1,200. Let's have a look. eBay. Looks like an older technology, doesn't it? It looks like it might be on the camera cable here. And that's just a power charger, is it? Cascade. That looks like for a microscope, right? What's that one there? $3,000. There we go. So they're quite expensive. Yeah, that one looks like a camera. 2,000. Andor, there you go. With Nikon, whatever it is. Optical, is it? Nikon, I don't know. Must be the zoom lens on it. Yeah, so you can see they're quite expensive. Some go up to $30,000. And that's New Zealand dollars though here. So half it for American. Still quite expensive. I'm just trying to see where their one is because it's like a little black box. Close to that one there, is it? No, that's not even an EMC camera. They're cheap ones. What's that one say? That one's for looking at stars. Deep space. There you go. So that's selling for like $1,000. Yeah, that's close to their one, isn't it? But this is black. EMC camera. So that's $1,500 American. Not cheap to buy. So I won't be getting one. But I'll post a link to that there. And you can have a read through all that. You may want to investigate more into that if you're interested in ghost hunting. I think we're gonna have to keep looking at new technology and also different ways to amplify spectrums to be able to pick up. Imagine if they had that camera on that last week's one in Australia as well on a tripod. It may have been like you know, crystal clear. But anyway, what's it say? Hopefully Santa is watching. Blue chicken. Steve B, how's it going? Thanks for saying hi from Pilled. So yeah, as usual, we're looking into technology. One Life Man, how's it going? What do you think about the 3i Atlas? Yeah, probably should do an update on that. I think I've got something on the 3i Atlas. So I'll talk about that later. We'll get to it. Right, I was going to post that, wasn't I? I totally forgot. I closed down the thing, did I? EDI and EMCCD. Now, if it's used for Star Watchers, imagine why they haven't got it on Skinwalker Ranch. We've got a billionaire that could easily afford the best one, or the experts on it to advise them on the best one. And you could aim it at the sky when they see a little dot in the sky, and you could probably put a telephoto lens on it and zoom right into it and actually see detail in low light, right? Because you couldn't do it with a P1000 because it'd be too dark, unless it's giving off enough light. But they don't even do that. But they should have these multiple cameras on with telephoto 100 times at least to be able to track those little dots in the sky, which I believe mostly are distant airplanes, balloons, LED ones, and satellites passing by, right? So this, did I send that? No, I didn't, did I? It's not, it's sent twice. Was it not scrolling? Oh, there we go. Of course, we just found out Pilled might crop it. So it may not work in Pilled. Looks like it's all there though. I'll just check the other screen just to make sure. There's not much I can do about it, really. It's not updated for some reason. Okay. Yep, it looks alright. Probably have to show you zoomed on the other screen where I've got it. But I'm not sure I could reach. Better update this here. Looks like we've got 7 likes on Pilled already. I wish I got that last week. Because that's a really good episode, it really was. But just imagine if we had this technology affordable for the average ghost hunter what they could have captured by now. Alright, it's updated. 7, there we go. 6 on YouTube. Whoa. Okay, I guess these people like hearing about new technology and UFO and ghost hunting tools. 360 view camera. Can't play it because it's A&E and they don't allow. Alright, this is a really good one too. I remember that, was this an EDI camera? Grant said audio evidence like EVPs captured on recording equipment can deliver a lot of information. But we also found out, depending on what type of recorder you use, it adds in fake voices. So yeah, we know that now, that these devices can be triggered by a CB radio or iPhone and have flaws built into it to make it sound like something's talking to you. And I think most digital recorders also have filters in to cut out, you know, like background electronic noise, right? And cause a lot of the ghost speech might be beyond that filtered level, right? So this makes you wonder, maybe older technology is still better in that case for EVPs, like a cassette recorder. Not too sure about a mini disc, you know, ones that you could record to in real time. They would also have filters in, wouldn't they? But anyway, this was quite a good one. Remember this one? In the lighthouse. Saint, what is it called? Saint Augustine Lighthouse. Do you see the entity? I'm not sure if this is a standard infrared camera or I don't think it's an EMC one. Look how distorted it is. It's not really, it's really pixelated, right? It's not really high quality whatsoever. But that was quite a few years ago, wasn't it? Like 20 odd years ago. So, but yeah, if you look carefully, they kept seeing this entity shadow thing bending over and looking down at them. So this goes around here. These are the stairwell on the lighthouse that goes round and round. And this thing kept zooming along. They could see it blocking the light at the top of the stairs. I'm not sure if they had like infrared illuminator at the very top. It looks like they may have had. It may be just from the normal cameras that they had at the very top. But every time they went up a row of steps, they kept seeing this thing going up another row of steps, always above them. And when it got to the very top, you can see it leaning over. You can see it looks like a person standing up, leaning over, looking down at them. See that there? It's pretty cool. Capture. You can see it looks like a human shape. And it moves quite quick. Bing. Yeah, so I've just shared that with you, by the way, if you want to have a look on your own screens. So yeah. So I sent all that to Brandon here. Plus the example. And he actually replied. He didn't till today. but he had it for quite a while. Wasn't until I posted this one, an example of it, then he replied. Why can't I see it though? Oh, here we go. So what he said is, I'm sharing this with my principal investigator. Who would that be? Eric? Or Travis? To procure and integrate. Well, as we found out, the EDI one, the portable ones, are very hard to find. But there may be a newer model. We couldn't really find out. We have so many different types of cameras and systems. As I said to you, they only got dots on camera, right? They ain't got decent. They got different cameras, but none of them are really any good. You're gonna have to have like that one we just saw on the eBay listing. It connected to a Nikon telephoto, and you're gonna need more than one, right? You probably need one on a tripod locked off, aimed at the sky, and one that you have on person that you can then control and zoom in and try and see it and record at the same time. Every improvement helps sharpen focus or expand our data. I said there's also full spectrum cameras, which I don't think I've seen on Skinwalker Ranch either, which sees into the ultraviolet and infrared, right? Anyway, there you go. He's still talking to me. Despite I debunk everything they put up as rubbish, really, or misleading, which is a bit unfortunate because I think Brandon is genuinely serious about it. But he's got the wrong people. He's got the wrong, and he's people like me. That's always researching camera technology and how to capture the bastards. Those tricky dickies, aliens, who muck around with the gear. Personally, I don't think they're going to get any entities or even paranormal on camera, frankly. Whenever I've seen them on TV, they're always so loud, you know. And you don't see them investigating alone, right? You're more likely to have something come towards you like a skinwalker when you're alone than you are in pairs or a big group of people. Also UFOs as well. Aliens and paranormal especially. Paranormal don't like heading towards a big group of people. Okay, on to the next thing. James Webb. So apparently James Webb Telescope just detected unexplained structures in the Saturn's atmosphere. But it's not that image. I think I got another one somewhere, have I? If I have, oh, here it is. It's these ones here. So these little black things detected in the atmosphere. One touch or stills from emanations shown the dark bead-like structures. Do they look like beads? Look like more like voids, don't they? Voids in the atmosphere. Of course, what light range are we talking about there? Because isn't James Webb more into the infrared spectrums? The beads are seen 1,000 kilometers up, while the star pattern lies at 500 kilometers. What's curious though, the features are at very different altitudes. They appear to overlay the same region of Saturn. Could there be a link? So far, no clear explanation. So I reckon aliens transported some native Indians there to make beads. Yeah, beads. I wouldn't call them beads. So what do they think they could be then? Gases? I don't know. Prime chance to study these mysteries. NIR spec detection. If they were there before then, they have been lying this whole time. I swear we hear they've been there the whole time. We just couldn't detect them. Well, as we see, the better technology as it's coming out is expensive. And the old cameras in space don't have all the latest technology. They won't probably have EMCCD on it, probably. I don't know. You're right, this photo isn't from the James Webb telescope. The whirlwind depicted in distinctive coloring suggests it's an image of Saturn's North Pole. Blah blah blah. So much fake news. Scientology says it's volcanic waste made up of alien overlord. NASA just making up stuff for clicks. So has anyone got the answer to it? I suppose we could ask AI about it, couldn't we? See if any updates on it. Yep. Let's see what the dark beads found on Saturn James Webb telescope. Is that? No, space telescope. ST. Let's see. And it's got that bit. It's observed mystery dark beads. Yep, and we know that. These features are new, unexpected discovery. We know that. I believe they are located in Saturn's ionosphere. Layer of electrically charged plasma about 1100 kilometers. Puzzle. We know it is a puzzle. Leading hypothesis is that they are caused by complex interactions between Saturn's magnetic sphere and its rapidly rotating atmosphere. The beads are seen drifting slowly within the bright aurora glow. This newly discovered beads are separate from the spokes that have been observed on Saturn's rings. Weird features appear in Saturn's rings. Okay. What's this? Well, it doesn't show much. We have to play the video. I'm not going to do that. Yeah. I wonder if it could help us with the 8. Help us find what is the best data logger for paranormal. See what comes up for that. Research. I said datas, did I? Data loggers are essential for this purpose. Key sensors, electromagnetic field, temperature, yep. Motion, yep. Audio, EVP recorder built into it as well. Yep, that would be handy. Atmospheric sensors, yep. All-in-one devices like the Solace, Griffin, Logger. They often combine EMF, temperature, motion sensors. That was that one with the graph, right? That looked pretty that looked garbage compared to the EVI. Specialized EMF data loggers, built-in data login. Yeah, doesn't sound as good as the other one. Multi-sensor hubs, Hydra sensor web. All pods are designed to be placed in different rooms. So that sounds like what you get for your own house that have temperature sensors in it, but allows you to simulate pressing remote control in that room. What do they call them? Remote control pods for your home control, home assistant as they call it. I can't remember what the name is. Scientific grade data loggers, that's what we want. Hasn't really given us the answer, has it really? EDI plus is no longer. What replaced it? Save me searching all the web, I suppose. No, not that one. No. ADI plus data logger paranormal. From the ghost shop. Yep, we know that. And it's talking about that crappy one that we looked at. Looked like garbage. Well, that's a bit of a shame. Enhanced sensors, they reckon. But why does it look garbage? Let's ask for a picture of it. Let's see if we're talking about the same one. Give a photo of this. See what it comes back with. Yeah, that's the one. Looks garbage. They haven't got any sensor lights on it. So how do you stand it up? Looks like it's holding in the hand, right? Yeah, I don't know. It looks garbage compared to the block or the brick. Temperature, EMF, vibration. Where's humidity? Okay. What's all its sensors? And that one was $500, wasn't it, almost? So that's it. It's only got 3 sensors in it. That's just garbage. That's not good. Why would you stop doing the other one? Anyway, maybe we should just keep it open. So you can see how quickly that was to try and find what we were looking for compared to doing it the hard way. Who's at the door? So we've got a visitor. Hopefully it's not for me. So this image has nothing to do with the discovery, obviously. Yeah, so this is fear mongering, talking about a neutron star. As you know, neutron star will sterilize the whole planet and not kill you. So it's talking about this neutron star headed towards Earth, which is a bit nonsense as we'll get into it. This is a neutron star known as RX blah blah blah. Is currently moving at 67 miles or 108 kilometers per second, slightly towards our direction. The distance of this neutron star is only 400 light years away. So we're not going to be alive in 400 light years, are we? Meaning that this star is way too far to affect anything. Exactly. A neutron star formed roughly 1 million years ago from a supernova explosion. Now what's funny is I had someone from Bible school from Christian thing on X saying that the Earth is only 6,000 years old. Here we're talking about light years, and made millions of years ago. So I'm not sure how that fits in with the Bible. I think the Bible is just a collection of different stories, and you can't use it for factual purposes. It's not a science book. So you got those people that take the Bible as creation theory seriously. And then you got Christians that don't. So I'm not sure how that works with two different factions of Christians. But yeah, you can't debate them. You can't explain to them that we know the Earth is older than 6,000 years just by erosion only. So we know how long it takes for a river to erode a certain distance down into a certain type of rock, right? Let's say sandstone or whatever. We know it could be greater than 10,000 years to go down 1 foot or whatever. They just discount it. They say that's just science lying, right? But there's all sorts of other things, you know. You got fossils as well. They don't believe in carbon dating, as we found out that C14 is very inaccurate, especially the older specimens, right? Because we don't know how much C14 was in the atmosphere when the dinosaurs were walking around or whatever. So you can only go back 50,000 years or something like that. I'm not sure how that is worked out though. Probably have to ask the reason. Is it decay time and stuff? There's another thing you can ask the thing here. Why does carbon 14 only accurate to 50k years? Let's see if it figures it out. Okay, I'll just zoom in. It's limited to about 50,000 years, primarily because of its half-life. It's approximately 5,730 years, which means the half-life of a carbon-14 in a sample will decay and turn into nitrogen-14 every 5,700 years. But how does that work out to 50,000 years though? Oh, the half-life. So then it's got to break down again, isn't it? And how does that work? 10 times, is it? Data map works by measuring the ratio of carbon once living organism. Yeah. Takes it from the atmosphere. Yep. For about 9 to 10 half-life. So yeah, there's the 10, which is around 50,000 years. Okay. So 9 times 5. What was that? 5? 730. So instead, here we go. So it's really 57,000 years. It would be 10, wouldn't it? So anything older than that, you can't date, like dinosaurs. But then again, is there any carbon in bones? I don't know. How do they date bones? Calcium, I guess. Scientists primarily date bones using radiometric data. Yeah, we know that. What atoms do they use? Carbon 14 for younger bones, so it must have carbon in it then. So bones are more than calcium. Let's see what comes back on that. Bones are much more than just calcium. Well, calcium phosphate is primarily mineral that gives bones their hardness, their strength. Bones are complex living tissues made of both inorganic or organic compounds. What's the mineral part of the bone, which accounts for 60 to 70% of the body's dry weight. Makes up 25 to 7% of its dry weight. What's this one? Organic. Too much information. So it's got, is that calcium? Phosphate, oxygen, hydrogen. Where's carbon? So what elements in a bone of human? Well, actually, we'll just say of dinosaur. different from those in modern bone due to process of fossilization. Over millions of years, original bone material is gradually replaced by minerals from the surrounding soil. Living dino bone would have had a similar composition to that of any other vertebrate. Calcium, phosphate, yeah. Called hydropatite. And carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. These are primarily elements of organic compounds, especially collagen protein, which gives bones their flexibility. So, yeah, it's complicated, isn't it? I didn't know all that, but anyway, it wasn't my favourite subject at school. So we've got silicon, iron, carbon, rare earth elements. Great. Anyway, you can see AI saves a lot of searching. So that's a fair distance, 400 light years, isn't it? It's got to be a big number. Again, we probably could ask the AI to calculate that. No, we don't need that one. Okay. How many miles is 400 light years? That way we don't have to do the thinking, it can do the thinking for us. There we go, it's going to break it down into components. A light year is exactly that. Here's an equation for you. Therefore, 400 light years is approximately 2 times 10 to the power of 15 miles. That's a fair distance, isn't it? Which is probably over 2.35 quadrillion miles. So that's 15 zeros. So that would be 10 times 10, 23. So that would be a number like 2, 3, 5. There you go. That's a big number. Anyway. So I don't think we need to worry about reaching us. What speed was it moving at? I think he said here, didn't he? 867 miles per second. So let's just ask the AI that. So, how long will it take to reach us moving at 67 miles per second? God, yes, kids at school, you know, that's sport nowadays, so they wouldn't need to think much. Normally you'd have to get pen and paper, calculator, and do it all yourself. Given that the distance to travel, here we go, so we're going to break it down again. Using the formula, the journey would take approximately 1 million years to complete. So I don't think we need to worry. But it does say that in 1 million years, the Earth would be sterilized. So we got to get off the planet. Unless the beam just misses us by then. let's just put it down. What's the chance of a neutron star killing people on Earth? I don't know if it kills, but we'll see what happens. The chance of a neutron star directly killing people on Earth is extremely low. The nearest known neutron star, there we go, 400 light years. It makes any direct harm from its radiations or gravitational pull. However, a neutron star could pose a threat to Earth in very specific rare scenarios related to its formation. Nearby supernova include X-rays, gamma rays. Exposing all life to lethal levels of solar ultraviolet. Fortunately, there is no stars close enough to us and are expected to go supernova in the foreseeable future. Gamma ray burst. So I guess, yeah, that would sterilize us, wouldn't it? So that's would more likely sterilize and kill. Probably spelled that wrong, but anyway. Yes, that's a more accurate way to describe the potential outcome. It's not so much that a neutron star will kill everyone on Earth instantly, but its associated phenomenon as supernova or gamma ray burst could sterilize the planet by rendering it inhabitable for most complex life. Well, they're saying sperm levels in men is getting lower and lower. And the replacement population is getting lower and lower, but yet the population is growing, so there must be some countries out there breeding like crazy, more than 2 kids, right? Lethal UV invasion. Ozone layer, the planet's surface would be exposed. So that would kill the plants, wouldn't it? So you'd be starved. So that would kill plants and starve animals and humans. UV. See what it says to that. Yes, that's the most likely chain of events. Yeah, so we don't need to worry about it. Probably got more chance of meteorite hitting us. Let's see, what is the latest on 3i Atlas? My head size is big and a small wood beam forward tell still. Let's see what comes back with. Recent data suggests an eclipse is at 5 kilometers in diameter. I heard it was 33. and rolls across. I have to ask it that. The comet is not a threat to Earth and will make its closest approach Sunday in late October. Which is still, what, a month away? September, October. Oh no. Not too far away then. So we get the final outcome. What's this? Is expected to be observable going from Earth by early December. Alright, so heading towards Mars. And they've got orbiters there that can analyze it. Okay, so we've got still to December. I read, was it RV Globe? Say it's 33, is it kilometers or I don't know, what's he use? Metric and diameter. Maybe I misread it, but anyway, we'll get to the article in a minute. You hit on a very current and fascinating point of debate. You are correct. The AV Globe has suggested a much larger size for the comet, but the 33 kilometers you read about is likely a misinterpretation of a different number he used. Oh, right, 33 billion tons. Yeah, probably, yeah. The 33 billion tons, AV Globe and his colleagues at Harvard have analyzed the comet's trajectory really precisely. They have noted that despite the significant amount of gas and dust it's shedding, the comet shows no significant non-gravitational acceleration. That means it's not being pushed off its course by jets of material from its nucleus based on the lack of acceleration. They concluded the comet must have a minimum mass of 33 billion tons. The 5 kilometer diameter is where the confusion arises. Based on 33 billion ton mass, a typical comet density and estimated diameter is at least 5 kilometers. This is a minimum size, not a definitive one. The reason this is so significant is that the 5 kilometer minimum size is already much larger than the other two known interstellar objects. Yeah. So this is what AV Globe refers to as a major anomaly. Talking about its artificial origin. He's still pushing that shit, isn't he? He still wants it to be aliens, but aliens are not going to travel that slow. I doubt humans. When you think of that about it, though, if we could track these interstellar objects and know when they're coming, you could just hitch ride one, maybe, even if it's a tow line behind it, and let it drag you back out to another galaxy to explore. But you'd probably die, wouldn't you? Be like 80,000 years, right? So you need like a space colony that's constantly living behind this thing being towed along. Yeah, just aliens. All this alien nonsense and advanced civilizations saying it's artificial nonsense, right? What did it say about the towel? So really, nothing's really changed, right? Apart from that. So it's what's the odds it's artificial to natural? Let's see what the AI reckons. The consensus among most astronomers is the Eclipse is natural, and its unusual features can be explained by it being a highly unusual comet from another star system. The odds of it being artificial are considered to be extremely low by the vast majority of the scientific community. However, L.V. Loeb and a small number of researchers from Galileo Project, surprise, argue that while the natural explanation is the simplest, the comet's highly anomalous properties make a technological origin worthy of consideration. Yeah, so I can make some money of it. They have not assigned a specific probability, but they have presented a series of anomalies that they argue are difficult to explain by natural means. Arguments. Behavior. Okay, the coma and the gas clouds. We got this one. Randomness. Comet strategy and size are rare. Astronomers argue that the universe is vast. Yeah. No non-gravitational acceleration. Despite the mass outflow of gas and dust, the object is not being pushed. So it's too massive for the jets to affect its path. Loeb calculates the minimum mass. So the outgassing is not powerful enough to affect the mass of the nucleus, is what they're saying. Which is rare, is what they're saying, is it? So what do scientists say against it not moving without gas? Can it give us a simple answer? There we go, it's giving me a long complex one again. Anti-solar plume absurd might consist of larger, heavier dust particles that are less susceptible to the radiation pressure that typically pushes lighter dust particles. Okay, unusual comet, but it's still a comet. High carbon dioxide to water ratio. So while the Atlas is unusual comet's behavior can still be explained by natural cometary processes. If it possesses a much larger and more robust nucleus than previously encountered in other objects. Okay. Complicated stuff, huh? So much for aliens coming towards us. Okay. What's that? Anyway, done with that one. Onto the drones. Spending too long on this anyway. But it's good. We're looking at things scientifically rather than beliefs and assumptions. That's the word I was looking for. So, Demiak have various videos of what they're claiming as drones. Okay. Like this one here. So we'll just play this one. Let me just check something here. 2.5 hours, so we've got a wee bit of time left. Now, does that look like a drone? There's another one, is it? What do you reckon? I think I can see wings, reflection of wings. Alright. I'm seeing a red pulsed light. So if you're going to fly a drone at night, wouldn't you just turn all those lights off and just have infrared camera? And if it was a military one, I don't think it would be any of their own ones flying over the airport to close it down. Is that a white light or green light? Let's have a look. Looks very green, doesn't it? But is that the camera that's the problem? There's a lot of green lights here. And that's a plane there, isn't it? Look how blurry it is, though. Yeah, it's just garbage, isn't it? What's it filmed on? Smartphone or something. So these are probably white lights, not green lights, right? I don't know. Do they have green lights on tarmac for directions? So this is probably white light. Okay, so we're getting... So what's this here, you know? I think this lens flare. It looks equal distance. Alright, so it kind of looks like a little small plane, doesn't it? Just the ends of the wings here, which have little white lights on. Why it looks green is a bit mystery. Look how much we can zoom in on our screen. Makes a hell of a difference when you can zoom in on things, doesn't it?
Còn món này má.
Kind of looks like a front light, which should be white, not green. So I'm not too sure if he's got some sort of filter. And that looks like a wing light there and a wing light there, and then a wing reflecting off a wingtip there. Looks like it's going this way, but we're not seeing the other thing that we were last time. And then we saw the red pulse, and just as it's getting close enough to look. And what's this got this here? Looks like it's been filmed off a TV screen. Maybe that's why. Is it? Looks like they film a TV screen. So, you know, you should be able to plug, if you had a smartphone with you should be able to plug this into Flight Radar 24. Well, you don't have to plug anything in, you just have to start it up in real time and use your location on the sensors, and you should see that's a plane flying above you, right? Anyway, Mick West has analysed all the videos that have come out. Looks like they're taking a frame there. Why is it not zooming out though? Looks like we've lost control of my cursor. Magnifier, I mean. I might just reset it again. Doesn't always work though, it stuffs up sometimes. Okay, looks like it's working now. Okay, go back to it. I said it looks like a small plane. Large? That's not large. Okay, what have we got here? Not sure it's a drone either. You can see an outline around the bigger than we see. Yep. Spud cam. Yeah, exactly. Okay, someone's looked at it and it's this little small plane here. So this is why I called it the damn drones, because it's Danish. Those damn drones. And no, it's actually, if it's drones they're seeing, it's not what they're filming. Clearly it's on Flight Radar. And it's like a Cessna, right? What does it say down here? Private owner, 400 feet up. Trinidad, is that the name of the plane? I thought that's India. TB-20. Socata. What's that? Let's see. What's that mean? French producer, and I don't think it means that. Ah, there you go, small plane. Looks a bit like a Piper, doesn't it? Yeah, so if we put in the T20, T20, this series of light single engine piston aircraft. Trinidad. Why is it called that though in the end? Oh, there you go. There's a culprit. So that wasn't too hard to figure out just by using the app. Someone actually plugged it in before the 7 days expired, and that's what you can do, right? And I believe Mick West has done the same. Have we got any of his? And of course, people are now mixing in fake videos for the drones as well. That's not one of them though. This is another one that looks like a drone. Now, Green Street saying, how can you definitely say it's a plane with the landing lights and drip is a artifact due to imperfection in the glass? That's a good hypothesis, but where's the evidence? And that's a good point. So we'll come back to that one. See what else is posted here. Of course, people are posting all sorts of drones, and of course we know there's a lot of RC planes that size as well, which could be a drone and that people can fly around airports. But that's the Russian one, which looks like a copycat of the Americans one, which is an unmanned drone, right? I'd have to have a satellite link to fly that, surely. Yeah, so we want to go to Mick's page on this, because that's all he talks about right now. Oh, there he is at the top. So we go down his page, he's either posting stupid stuff about politics or talking about the Danish Drones. So he's saying it's mistaken for planes, for drones. And isn't it an old image, that one? Yeah, okay, it's on about Donald. He's got Trump syndrome, unfortunately. Here we go. Danish planes. Airports. We've yet to see any ambiguous evidence of unusual drone intrusions at Danish airports. So, if someone reports seeing drones, but the videos don't actually show drones, the airport would have to naturally close down the airport until they fact check, see if there's actually drones flying around before they open the airport again to make it safe again, right? It's just like a safety procedure, right? Okay, what else we got? Planes again. Blabbing on about Trump again. And there's analyzing the planes when they've got enough information. The drones turned out to be a plane. So what video are we talking about? Another one here, is it? Does that one play? Yep, so it's another one. And you can see that's a plane, can't you? You can see a contrail from the engines. Why is it not playing? Oh, he's explaining something. And you got the lights on the wings. You're seeing the red strobe light in the middle, and you're seeing occasional contrails or engine vapor. Certainly doesn't look like a drone, that one, but he's plugged it into a special program there. Too much politics, too much politics. Where's all the UFO stuff? Politics, politics. Another one. This is a nature of UFOs. Blurry dots, because if we had close-up video... Oh yeah, I talk about this one, don't I? I remember when they talked about on the news, they had this HD image of the jet. And yet, when we get UFO videos leaked, it's always blurry little dots, right? So we know they can do HD images. But they don't give it to us, right? And you can see the target here, there. And that's what we get. Target and a dot. Exactly. That's garbage what we get. Anyway, enough of the drones. Let's have a look at this one. The old video I tried to explain in 2021. Okay, let's have a look at it. Well, it looks like an out of focus, blurry blob of blinking lights. So obviously it's most likely a plane, the top blob. And the bit dropping down, he's saying, is a camera artifact. And then it disappears. Yeah, I'm not too sure if Scott Brando's right here. But it is a crappy video. So if we have a look at the shimmering of the thing down below, you can see it's pulsating with the lights on that, which suggests it's a reflection. Alright. But why would something be dropping on the lens? So that looks like an artifact. But it's funny how that disappears where the artifact is. So it could be an internal camera reflection. Maybe it's got a smartphone with a clip-on lens. The only thing I could think of what would cause that, where it's not quite on the lens properly and the light from the plane is going inside of the clip-on lens, creating a false image. But we got no picture of the camera here. So what's he saying exactly? The lead UFO is a plane, yep. Typical landing lights. Drop-in light is an artifact as the camera slightly shifts the light, dips down the imperfection in the glass. I think it's more likely to be a clip-on lens. I've never seen imperfections in smartphone cameras like that. But I suppose it's possible. If you put your finger on it and put a smudge. The fact that this one seems artificial and it doesn't keep going past it. And it disappears with that artifact light below it. So it only shows up there. And that there looks like a star. Yeah, I think it's probably a bit hard to explain that to Green Street and you guys, really. You'd have to draw a picture of the lens and how the light's reflecting inside the housing. Is it even a smartphone is the question. See, we don't know. Yeah. But anyway, it is possibly an artifact, both lights. 21 hasn't got a link to it. So Jesus, that's not a really acceptable take. Shooting conditions, yeah. So what's all that information? The drop in light explanation is really convincing, and indeed you totally convinced me. I think he's being sarcastic. Now, what could be magnifying the landing lights? You all sound dumb as hell. Dude, really said a plane. Already said a plane. Yeah, it's a plane, but the other lights need better weight. So this is a problem I found with Scott Brando. He's not able to explain things with diagrams like I am to make it understand lay terms, right? And yeah, we need to know what type of camera, whether it had a clip-on lens, whether it had a water droplet on the lens. But then again, does it look like it could be a water droplet? Yeah, it kind of looks like it could be a water droplet. See how it sort of smudges? So it could be a water droplet on the lens, and it's causing that artifact underneath here, and the water droplet moves, creating a false image. I think it might be a water droplet. You'd have to find examples. Let's see. I'll just say two possibles. One, water droplet on phone camera lens. Two, clip-on lens. Hard to explain. Probably needs a matching example. Water is best as it moves or runs down. Let's see, the small dot is flashing with the plane, and the drop one is meets up with the artifact equals other being artifact. It's like being a forensic scientist, isn't it? Trying to explain stuff. That's moving because of the water. Anyway, he doesn't read my stuff, I don't think, so I'm probably wasting my time. I'm too much of a believer for Stephen. Alright, here you go. There was a post on the plane, which we've already sussed out, right? And there's the plane there. He looked up the actual plane code, there. And that's what it kind of looked like. It looked like it had a lot of glass that was reflecting off. And we can see the wingtip lights either side. That was it looked like at night time though, is the question. Okay, next one. What's this one? What this witness likely saw is a still classified technology that has not been acknowledged. So when we looked at this one years ago, there was like plane spotters at an airport, and they saw this sort of looks like a kite flying way above them, which is probably a new type of stealth spy plane. And the only reason they spotted it is because it had a contrail. And obviously it's been really digitally zoomed, because it was on maximum optical zoom at the time when they zoomed into it. But yeah, that looks kind of like a triangle UFO, doesn't it? Which again would suggest that a lot of the sightings for the triangle ones is man-made rather than aliens. And again, it looks like it's using conventional rockets. Well, motors, I should say. Jet engines. Like one in each wing by the looks of that contrail there. Close to the body. There and there. So, I had a special name for that plane, didn't it? Langley Air Force Base. White Light NASA hangar. Yeah. So that could be what they call what's that one called? Not a TR-3B, but the new one starts with A. Aurora? Is that the one? Aurora? I suppose I could ask AI. See if it knows about it. What does the Aurora stealth secret plane look like? It'd be funny if the AI actually got access to information through the back door and actually reveals top secret stuff by accident. Aurora is a rumored and unconfined hypersonic stealth. Yeah. Triangular shape. Donuts on a rope contrails. Engine noise. Deep pulsated roar. That's a photo. No, probably. Okay. Which kind of looks like that picture, doesn't it? Let's see. I wonder if I can feed that into it. Let's give it a try. I thought this image is it. Come on, Google. My search results indicate no confirmed. So it makes you wonder how much it actually looked on that post. Yeah, so AI is limited, really. Bit disappointing. Let's see, can we do a reverse image search and let's see what else we can find. Okay, let's do that. You think AI would do it though, wouldn't you? Here you go. 2014 that was. That's the one. And there you go. It's sort of got a bubbly contrail, which is what the AI was talking about, right? Like pulse and nota. Kansas 2014. 400mm lens. Oh, come on, magnifier's not behaving. Okay, it looks like the similar picture to what the AI put up, isn't it? And the bent wingtips. Nah, does that explain all the triangle craft people are seeing? Probably. And the Navy's cancelled A12 Avenger, but maybe it wasn't cancelled there. Blabs on a bit. RQ-170 Sentinel. Oh, that's a drone plane, isn't it? Let's see what the other post has to say. There's another one here. B2 stealth. No. We surely would have seen that pattern though. Are we talking about the same thing? Yeah, then we are talking about the same photograph. What's it say? It says triangle plane form result on an optical illusion obscured by trailing edges of the B-52's design. Yeah, I'd like to put that through editor actually. Might just grab it. Let's see if we can enhance it. Let's see if we can see the edges of it. Blue Elizondo we got down the side. I don't think it's Sondo the Great. Okay, let's post to a new image. Let's scale it up. let's see what we can come out with. Color swap. Aha. Again, it doesn't look like it's got jiggy bits. It looks like it goes along there, doesn't it? Is that the best we're going to get, probably? Does look like it goes that way, doesn't it? Jaggy bits. That means it would have to go in here. I suppose it could be. Flat bit and then goes in. Can we get it any better? Well, it does look like some cloud there, so it looks like it does clip in, doesn't it? That's probably the best we're going to get it. So if we go by that, we can see, looks like it ends there, goes in a bit here, then looks like it comes out to there. It's not quite lined up though, but further down that way. That bit looks like it goes in there. That does look like it comes out there. And flat bit there. It looks like it goes in that way. It looks like it comes down to peak there. The rest of it's obvious. There. And there. Okay. That's the best we're going to get it, I think. What's the B-52 look like again? Let's just overlay it. It's too big. Let's see. Copy image. Save image, copy image. Paste. Cute. Way too big. Looks too long, doesn't it? Let's make it a bit smaller again. Oh. Gotta keep proportions. Okay, let's yeah, I don't see it extending like that there. It looks like still another. I don't think it's B-52s. B2s or whatever. B2s, I mean. because it looks slightly different. But it's similar. It has got that triangle bit in the middle here. But these bits on the wings should go down further. Way down here, shouldn't they? Let's see. Magic wand. Is that around the out edge? Yeah, cool. Let's erase it. This is where you get a bigger circle. Yeah, that's better. Grab. Oh, yeah, can't do it like that. Go deselect first and grab it. See, even the angle. Where's the resize handle's gone? Yeah. See the angle. The angle looks like it's off. Let's see. That's got to be closer. See, then you got to rotate it, but you can't. You see the problem I'm having with this? To get it to line up with that wing, it's way off. Where's the rotate handle gone? Yeah. Okay, let's rotate that. I don't know how we can get it to fit. You see, this way you shouldn't guess these things. Yeah, it's got to be a different angle to the wings of our B2, right? It's got to come in slightly more. Now, if we cut it in half, then we might be able to do something with it. Yeah, I don't think it's a B2. But a next generation of something similar. How can we do it? So that would have to come in. See, even if we don't know what's at the bottom there, because we don't, we only could see the edge in here. It doesn't fit, right? No matter what we try, we can't make it fit. Only down to there. And see, the angle's wrong of the wings, right? So So it's got to be a different design. So I'd say busted. It's not a B2, so the article's wrong. So it could be still that experimental one, the Aurora, right? Anyway, that's why I do these things. You can't beat matching it, right? So it's not a V2. So if you didn't compare it, you wouldn't know the angle was wrong, right? Anyway. But you got these other designs, right? Air Force requested proposal. Long-range bomber. See, the wings are too long on that one. And B-21. So it's going to be a variation. Okay. Yeah, there's none of those ones. Okay, let's move on. Okay, this one here is quite interesting. We're getting half an hour left already. Damn. Takes a lot of time to go through all this stuff, doesn't it? I thought I was going to do some third phase, but away we're going. So, forbidden photograph, which is untrue. Taken from 1959 Project Blue Book. Originally, they tried to take a child's drawing and superimpose that over a ridgeline and call it fake. Then buried this real photo until now. C-130 flying anti-sub patrol out of BugaSphere call on 28,000 feet. The craft has 6 holes. Windows and no wings, no tower. It wasn't a blimp, wasn't a submarine drone. The crew said it matched speeds and then peeled off like a shark. Blue Book said it was a balloon from child's drawing, except for the balloon files are missing. Now, if you have a close look at it though, kind of does look like some kind of airship, doesn't it? Or could it be a plane? Right. I thought, could it be a plane? But then I read below the post this. What source are you using for that narrative? Because the National Archive clearly labels this as a fabrication. An optically fabricated UFO photo, cut out drawing, superimposed on the print and recopied during a scientific study of UFOs. And if you go there, so it just shows you how misinformation can be spread on solved cases still. Where is it? Okay, it's the same photo. US Air Force. Print of recovered during scientific study of UFOs. So what's that actually mean? That they made it for a presentation on UFOs? Is that what they're saying there? Original caption. Okay. Access unrestricted, so it's not top secret. $90.41.47. Okay, so they're saying they made the fake. Is that what they're saying there? That's how I read it. In other graphic materials, 2 images. And there you go. So, it was a drawing superimposed on a background of a cloud system, is it? There you go, so how easy we can be misled. It does kind of look like a drawing, doesn't it? It doesn't look like the windows are evenly spaced. And it seems to have a funny end here on it. Let's just have a look at that one. What's that there? Seems to be over the drawing. Oh, that might be scratches. Oh, that's the scratch on the negative that they made. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so that one's busted. Okay. Bit disappointing. But they're saying it was some sort of UFO submarine. Flying anti-sub patrol. So, moving on. Alright, so I checked with AI on this one, and it turns out to be legit. So it says here, a 1,000,000-year-old human skull was just found in China. Suggests that our species, Homo sapiens, began to emerge at least 500,000 years earlier than we thought. Now, they think the first humans, the last evidence, was 300,000 years ago, right? BBC News has got there. This data analysis has dramatically shifted the timeline of evolution. AI check, here we go, that's what I said. Well, it's theoretically possible to fake a fossil by planting it in the dirt layer. The Yukon 2 skull's age and ethnicity are highly unlikely to be the result of such a deception. Testing the bone through chemical analysis, radiometric dating, and possibly amino acid studies would reveal discrepancies if they were recent or artificial aged. The science study uses a CT scans and 3D modeling combined with the skull's natural damage, and where's my microphone disappeared to? Strongly supports its 1,000,000-year age. There you go. How was it dated, as carbon isn't accurate over 50k? Now, the guy hasn't provided a link. It's just the image, right? So it doesn't say any of the technical details. So does that change the idea we're not from Africa now? That we may be different species of type of monkey? Not allowed to say us monkeys. It drives the Christians crazy. It makes sense, doesn't it? That Asians would be one different branch of primates and Africans would be another branch, just by their features, you know, and skull shape. And of course Europeans. So I could see that maybe our ancient past is not well really known. I still think it's got lots of problems there. Stuff just keeps on getting older. Stupid computer's going slow. Must be getting around that time that we finish up 4 hours. 3.5, is it? 3.5, yeah. It's getting close to that stage again. Any comments here? Let's see. 300k sounds right. What are we talking about here? What's going on here? This guy is a Kiwi, yes. With a sore tongue, so it's a bit hard to talk. Matt, how's it going? From Pilled, another person from Pilled, thank you for chipping in. You missed last week's. We got something going on.
Michael King donated £9.99 through Super Chat. Thumbs
no.
up.
Only 1 cent short. Thanks, Mike. I didn't think you were around. Maybe you're woken up again. All playing games. I started early today because it's daylight saves. I'm not sure if you got the message anyway. Well, so you got an hour difference at the moment. Yeah. How long ago was that posted? 2:48. Jasper. So not too long ago. 2:46. Okay, so we're talking about the same thing at the moment. So yeah, yeah, the skull thing's quite interesting. But where's the link to the paper? Is that it there? Though the jury is still out, most scientists seem to think that this skull is actually a member of the Homo longi. 1 million years puts it very close to the split between modern Homo sapiens and the Neanderthals and the Denisovanes. So it's, I don't know, I probably don't know how to say it. So it's really a pretty exciting analysis. So I guess in here it talks about how it was dated. How's it going on? Magnifier's playing up again. Anyway, I don't think we can read that, can we? About the magnifier. Homo erectus. It sounds a bit rude, doesn't it? Diverged 600,000 years ago into and then our species interbreeding. How about the Bigfoots? So that could explain the Bigfoots, right? I think we're still missing a chunk of our history, and then they're sort of guessing, right? We haven't found any advanced technology though, right? No advanced tools with the skull And the dinosaurs were wiped out, what, 300 million years ago? And a lot of people are saying that some skulls or tools were found with dinosaur bones. But a lot of people said that was hoaxed from South America, wasn't it? So, yeah. Why do people fake things? For fame and money, you know. But anyway, we're just moving on. That is an interesting topic, right? And the funny thing here, though, is if humans were a million years old, right, and they evolved into modern day humans, well, modern day humans would have been around for more than what they reckon. What, modern humans, what is it, about 10,000 years? It doesn't match the Bible, by the way. I have to get a drink, sorry. Let's see, we could ask AI some questions before we move on, actually. Let's see. Did the first humans, did modern humans first appear on Earth? I suppose it's going to give me a whole chapter on it. We just want a little summary. Single line will do. Based on the current fossil record, Homo sapiens first appeared in Africa, still saying Africa there, around 300 years ago. But that's not modern humans, is it? So we had 300,000 years, and all our technology has only happened in the last 150 years or so. What was the humans doing for the whole of the other thousands of years, right? To me, something's not right there, if you ask me. So, why didn't humans advance high tech sooner, as most of today's tech is in 150 years? It's going to blow the AI up. That's an excellent question. That gets to the heart of human history and our relationship with innovation. The key difference between then and now is that until recently, technology progress was linear and incremental, whereas today it's exponential. Here are the major factors that explain why it took so long to get where we are today. The foundation of agriculture and sedimentary life. For the first 290,000 years of human history, we were primarily hunter-gatherers. Yeah, but that still doesn't really answer it, does it, really? This lifestyle required us to be nomadic and put most of our energy into finding foods and rooting. Left little time for specialized labor or long-term complex projects. I didn't have AV load back then, formulating stuff, right? The agricultural revolution 12,000 years ago. So to me, 12,000 years, I was saying 10,000 years ago. That's what I was trying to say. That's when it really kicked off. But still, it's 12,000 years ago, and most of our technology is in the last 200 years. That's a long time for not developing lots of tools, figuring out metals. I just don't believe it, you know? I don't know about you guys, but anyway, slow pace of information knowledge transfer. So I just think this is garbage. The printing press was only invented 1,000 years ago. Well, 1,500. Lack of foundation science. Yeah, yet the pyramids were built, you know, there's got to be a lot of science in that. But yeah, I just find it stupid. AI is based on what? There. I don't think AI can solve that one for us. Anyway, moving on. What do you guys think about the technology taking 300,000 years to get going? Fell asleep, sorry, had a busy day. Yeah, I keep telling you, you need to have a nap and then alarm to wake up before the show starts. You have dinner at what, 6 o'clock? Go to bed straight after, sleep 3 hours, and then wake up at 9 o'clock, and you'll be super ready to go for an all-night gaming session or whatever, or a live stream. Okay, Skywatch signal again. Okay, here's the Atlas thing that we were looking at before, so we can probably do away with this, but he's got a little picture here. It's for 33 billion tons, so it was tons, not moles. I thought it was 33 miles, yeah, it was tons. Tons of what? Rock or gas. So what does it say here? Data shows there's at least 300 billion tons with a nucleus of 5 kilometers wide. So it's saying the weight of it is 33 billion tons. So that's a pretty dense core then, isn't it? So it's really heavy. And that's why the gas wouldn't move it. I could sort of make sense now, doesn't it? Like it's like blowing at a rock on the driveway. It's not going to move from that. The movement is from gravitational, from the as the sun's as it spins around, or planets flings it back out, or some other thing that happened, like an explosion and it ripped in two, or whatever, I guess. But anyway, yeah, we covered that one. Let's move on. What's this one? Oh yeah, this one. What's this guy? I have to view it again. Okay, this guy didn't like me calling out Jimmy Church and Richard Dolan. So this is when I was talking about the Sir No Face alien. Well, our enhancements didn't get that, did it? Right? That's just garbage. Nope, look, nothing like that. So that just goes to show how they've taken it from that guy's enhancements and not from mine. But anyway, I said, yeah, Dolan Jimmy knows nothing, bud. I'm experienced and have debunked Dr. Lear's video as a hoax. You can find the video analysis on my pinned comment. Was that Dr. Lear, that one? Let's have a quick play of it. What's he doing? Oh yeah, that could have been. Yeah, okay, that's not Sir No Face, I don't think. I think that's the Dr. Lear one, isn't it? Which turns out to be like a type of screw head that they use on the edging of the camera connectors. What's it called? Forget the name of it. Thing that allows you to clip it on easily. What's it called? Camera ring or something like that. I don't know what he's mucking around with. I think he's looking at the Dr. Lee stuff there, not the Sir No Face. So I told him I have a real grey video and even classic disc films, telling him to have a look, right? And he's not interested. That's okay because they ignored it anyway. Yeah, they do unless you are big and can make them money. And then, no, I'm not interested with them on other things. I am just saying specifically this one thing didn't ever attract attention. No one seemed to care at all. I said here, Dolan plugs fakes like the alien mummies and Wilson documents, and Church plugs and promotes hoaxes like security. In fact, he clearly was offered some big money to host him in the comeback, as Jimmy got all my hard evidence Tyler was a hoaxer, along with Knapp, who didn't care. And he says, see what I mean? So friggin' negative. It's sad. So he's not even listening to what I'm having to say. I got factual evidence of all this stuff, right? That they're hoaxes and they're all a bunch of grifters and they're promoting fake shit. But he thinks I'm being negative. So he's obviously friends with these guys, right? That's the truth. See what I mean? Believers don't listen. And I'm an experiencer. Those eggheads are not. I'm also qualified, 2 degrees in tech. Taught in university and IT admin. I should have had a dot in between. Including CAD-CAM. I have no reason to put down people who are good people. Only expose the bad and fakes. Blah blah blah, right? And then he gets all upset even more. Why would anyone want to listen to you when you're being so unfriendly? Where was I unfriendly? I was just trying to give this guy links to go and watch my stuff. Try being a little nicer, even to folks you disagree with, and things might change. Not disagree with them, silly. They are plain frauds with evidence to prove it. They and many others ruin a serious field. It's clear you work with them, so defend them, follow the money. So this is the kind of shit I put up with, you know. I try and steer people to good stuff and they're just not interested. And it's because they work with these other shills. I don't know who he is. Doesn't say anything at all, does he? Doesn't say anything about him. Apart from he's a not a lefty, which should be a good thing. So I don't know. He sounds like someone that should be really, you know, sounds like someone that should be okay with me, right? Even on politics. So yeah, I don't know why he thinks those other guys are the bee's knees over me. But this goes to show why no one subs to me. No one wants to talk to me because I speak the truth and call out a fraud when I see one. And I give evidence why. I don't just make it up. Alright, this was funny. I thought this was funny from Trump. I had to share this one. President Trump had just unveiled the presidential wall of fame at the White House And Joe's Bowden's portrait is a auto pen. That's hilarious. Trump's got a really good sense of humour. It's quite a lot of presents, isn't it? Getting up to 50. Bush, Obama, Trump, and auto pen. And then Trump again. So where are they going to put the next row of pictures, I wonder? Further down? Or the other side of the wall? Anyway, I thought that was hilarious. Okay, what was this one? Oh, right, this is terrible. I wasn't sure about the story, so I asked AI about it. It said it's legit in India, but don't say if the parents are Muslim or Hindi. A baby has been discovered abandoned with a rock in its mouth and its lips glued shut in a shocking case of child abuse. Worn in stressful image. Obviously, it's not that one. Yeah, I just can't believe some humans are that disgusting out there, eh? But it's not the first case. The AI said it's been also other cases. What's wrong with blinking Indians? Why would they do that to a helpless baby? If you don't want it, surely it must be a place you can adopt it out, you know? I don't know, there's a lot of mentals in the world. No wonder aliens don't want anything to do with us. Right, so I even looked into this debate about the paracetamol nonsense, right? Oh, that's not to do with aliens and things, but it's just something that sort of really peed me off. So I asked the AI a few questions and I put it all together. So paracetamol was invented before 1900 and was used in masses in 1950s. But pregnant females started to use it in the masses in 1980s. This is what the AI told me. And autism was known also before 1900. The first cases were before then. And it exploded in 1990s. You can't tell me there's no link there. So 1980s, then suddenly the kids come along and suddenly they've been detected as having autism. You can't tell me there's no connection between the dates there. Now, the AI said bigger studies have nullified the smaller studies which said opposite. But even the drug company itself had warning that pregnant females shouldn't take it, even though it's considered by modern doctors safe and given to pregnant females. You think, why would you take the risk? You know, wouldn't you just put up with some pain rather than trying to risk your baby coming out damaged somehow? I always thought maybe autism was related to the female's diet, because I know a relative of mine, his wife refused to eat properly while she was pregnant. She was worried about the size of herself, and she wasn't eating for two people. Basically, that's what generally what you do, isn't it? And his baby come out with deformities, and I think a lot of it's to do with the female not just looking after the nutrients needed for a growing maggot inside you. An alien inside you, right? So there's a whole list of brands. Tenorol was one of them, and to Panadol that we use in New Zealand. It's safe for adults, of course. But yeah, imagine popping that every day, you know. It's got to do something to you, painkillers, you know. But anyway, people denying it. But you can't see, but just by the timeline itself, that's kind of suggests something more happening, right? So again, I used the AI here and Grok, and both basically gave the same sort of information. Right, but you could say here, when was Paracetamol invented? Invested. Invented. Let's see, maybe it's changed it. Because that would have confused it, probably. Although it looks like it gave a proper answer. Okay. You're right to ask for more precise term. Invented. The story creation first synthesized in 1878. There you go. First clinical use 1893. Rediscovery and commercialization 1940s to 50s. That's when it started being used by mass. When first used by pregnant ladies. Got to be careful of terminology nowadays. It should be called a sexist or something. I got attacked on Reddit over that. I said, what did I say? A female driver, not a woman driver, or something like that. And they all attacked me for being sexist or something. I don't know. And in the end, and the moderator deleted my comment, and it was a fair comment, you know. No, it was stupid. I think I talked about it before. It's been widely used by pregnant women since it became a common over-the-counter, I believe, in the 1950s. Debates. Okay. But it wasn't used in mass by ladies till 1980s, right? So yeah, this is the thing. I don't trust AI. I think they control what it says, you know, to keep it woke and left bias. So you got to be careful how you word things, right? Well, I was thinking about that one. You are correct. Particularly for children, pregnant women, significant rise in the 1980s. There you go. It was considered a self-alternative as early as 1950s. Yeah, but it doesn't mean it is, does it? But wasn't it labeled by how do we say it? Tinet, what's it called? Titanol. Where's my finger? Wait, why is it not best not to use if pregnant? Wait, just try that. See what it comes back with, because that's what's been posted around at the moment by Jimmy Dore and others, that it was first labeled not to use it if pregnant. The more recent developments and legal challenges for decades, perhaps did not carry a specific warning for pregnant women because it was considered the safest, the most recommended option. However, recently this has changed due to new scientific studies and lawsuits. Starting in 2010s, and growing number of studies have suggested a possible link between heavy prolonged use of paracetamol during pregnancy and increased risk of neurodevelopmental disorders, ADHD. Yeah, isn't that autism though? Isn't that a form of it? That's ADHD, or was it renamed, or is that still the same? How's it spelled? Autism, is that it? Let's see what comes back. Probably should have wrote it another way. Oh, that one's got it thinking. Not the same condition. They are two separate. Right, still neurodevelopmental. They can and often do occur at the same person. So you're really screwed if you've got both of those things then, yeah. So I always thought it might be a lack of iodine in the diet, because iodine is like a vital thing. Let's see what the AI says to that. What if you lack iodine in a diet when pregnant? Because I know you get supplements now for that, don't you? And other things as well, like folic acid. Pregnant female, I should say. We're still researching and learning these things, right? And of course, when you got big money and politicians that are being paid off by drug companies, who the hell do you believe, you know? Anyway, I probably should wrap it up now, guys. I think we've gone overtime anyway. Yeah, we have. Mick West stuff have to be pushed for another time. So maybe I'll just function on those again next time. Just do a look at third phase, other things, and catch up on little bits and other videos. Did it answer? The lack of iodine during can have severe and inversely consequences for both mother and developing baby. Iodine is a crucial element for production of thyroid hormones, which is essential for healthy development for and nervous system and brain. There you go. I always thought maybe it was lack of iodine in the diet. Brain damage, cognitive impair. There you go. So it took a wee while to come back with all that information. Let's see, what else let's say to, could it be a factor for autism? They'll probably say no. They'll probably say, oh, there were studies done. Let's see. So yeah, depending on where it gets this information from, if it had access to all medical journals right there and research, fringe doctors as well as normal doctors, so it could put it all together and say the majority says this and a few outspoken people say this. You know, a bit like the comet debate, whether it's spaceship or comet, you know. Ah, there you go. This is important and very complex question. I know it is. This current scientific understanding is there's no consistent evidence that iodine deficiency is the direct or singular cause of autism. Our research, come on, suggests that it may be a contributing factor. See, I had that in my head. Maybe I should have been a research doctor. Affecting material thyroid function. So I've got a problem with my gland as well. It makes me super hungry, and also makes me very tired. So there you go. So because there's other factors involved here, could be painkillers with poor diet, and this maybe there hasn't been enough research where people were taking the painkiller and had the poor diet. They're the ones that got autistic babies, right? So it could be a bit more complex. No doubt I'll probably be banned and the episode deleted now. What was that one? Alright, that's talking about the craft. Anyway, I'm going to wrap up now. I need to go to toilet. And we'll carry on where we left off next time. Hopefully you liked it there. I did some non-UFO stuff at the end there, but I thought it was worthy of bringing up. Man, you're stupid. Who is? Why am I stupid? You can't just make comments like that and insult me and run off. On that note, good night. With that chat with the AI, it makes me super intelligent that I even picked up on IND being a problem. Good night all. Take care. And I'll just wind it off here. Don't let politics get in the way of common sense and common what you could say, grounds, you know. Don't let it get in the way of our common interest, which is UFOs. Even if you don't agree with and don't think it is funny, I think it's hilarious Trump stuff. He knows how to play it. And it's good that they're complaining about Trump using lawfare now, because they did it on him. And Comey is a scumbag anyway, and he should have been in prison a long time ago, as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, on that note, better switch off. Yeah, I need to get to the toilet. Thanks for the donation, Mike, and I'll see you again next weekend. Bonjour.